Do I need to turn these on? 1, 2. Me? Yeah? Not really? If I talk louder like this, maybe? No? How's it going, everybody? I'm Stephen Byrne. Everybody talk about that? I'm Stephen Byrne. I work for a show called 2Tube on RT2, and I work for 2FM as well. Basically, the guy who delays home and away for you every day is kind of what I am. Apologies for that. I'll try to do it quicker tomorrow. I'd just like to welcome you all first to UNICEF's Ireland Youth Summit, and first off as well, congratulate you on all the work you've done over the last year. I think you all deserve a round of applause. It's always good to congratulate yourself. Pat yourself on the back. First off, I just want to say how excited come up with today, but I guess through the relationships that you create today, get talking, meet people, make friends, that can have a really positive effect on the world. So it's nice to be here when that's happening. As well as that, those ideas, this is a world you're going to inherit very, very soon. So those ideas are very, 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 very important and paramount, and that is why I guess we need to listen, and the world needs to listen as well. Because I remember when I was younger, I always used to think, oh, what's one voice? What's my voice? That's never, well, nobody's going to listen to me. Always used to think that. And that, I guess the biggest way to display that is I'm going to come. Okay. I'm pretty sure that nobody at the back heard that. Whereas if everybody says it together, come on, okay, 1, 2, 3. Make sure, does everybody have their phones on them? This isn't school, you can take your phones out. Does everybody have their phones? Put your phone up in the air. Awesome. Does everybody have Twitter? Awesome. Okay. The hashtag is It's About Us. So I guess I'm going to try it out now just so that we know. We'll say, everybody get their Twitter out. Open a tweet, compose a tweet with the hashtag It's About Us. And then right after it, tweet @Stephen Byrne is a constipated squid. Okay? So do that, get that out there, and we'll test it out and see, basically get you going. Keep tweeting all day, take loads of photos, and also then for the panel discussion a little bit later on, you guys are going to be able to have input into that and ask questions. So do get that. Now, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who is a very influential man in himself. It's the Executive Director of UNICEF, Peter Power. Please give him a massive round of applause.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to Dublin Castle and welcome to UNICEF Ireland's It's About Us National Youth Summit. You're more than welcome today. This fantastic venue, Dublin Castle, as you all know from your schools, has played its own part in the long history of Ireland over many years. And today, you yourselves are going to make your own bit of history, both individually and collectively. Because today, and through your hard work over a long 9 months, not alone are you going to influence So, in UNICEF Ireland, we are hugely proud. We're hugely proud of you, and we're hugely proud of the fantastic work that you have done over the last 9 months. In UNICEF, we have also worked hard to try and give each and every one of you a voice in a critically important global conversation. And our mission here today is simple: to enable you, to empower you, to use your voices loud and clear right inside here in Dublin Castle today, but beyond that, in your homes, in your houses, your communities, and your schools. You're polling. You've created your own set of goals for how you want the world to be. You're going to learn amazing new techniques using technology, social media, and other media to spread your word. But today is about something altogether more deeper than that. It's about you showing your compassion. It's about you showing your real humanity. And it's about you showing your solidarity with young people everywhere in the planet. Because children and young people, just like you, they're the ones who are most affected by poverty. And in UNICEF, we are very proud of that, and we salute you. Your ideas over the last few months that you'll finalise today in a rapidly changing world will help make the impossible possible. In the very same way that technology is enabling us to connect all of humanity in ways previously thought completely impossible. Mobile technology, social media are rapidly increasing all of our opportunities to communicate and engage in new and completely innovative ways. And that's why today UNICEF Ireland hopes to give you fantastic opportunities to meet amazing people from Google and Facebook, Cordodojo and RTE, people who will teach you new skills about how to communicate, how to be leaders, how to be advocates in your community. And I urge you, please, grasp that opportunity. And our online poll, which all of you have taken part in, and thousands others, is an example of that interconnected world. Even though there's 150 of you here today who've worked so hard, but there are thousands others literally looking in on live stream, looking at your work today, looking to you indeed for leadership to speak out. And that's the power of technology, which you will learn a lot more about today. As we gather here in this historic venue, we all know that there are less than 500 days left until the conclusion of the Millennium Development Goals. And while there has been much progress, great progress under those goals, so many millions of children have been left behind. Far too many children. And it is our duty to humanity and to the world to reach the very hardest to reach child. And today, through your ideas and through your work, you are doing exactly that. So, today's something is about humanity. It's about learning, but it's about one final thing. It's about taking action for children everywhere in the world. As I said, they're depending on you. So can I urge you all today to use the opportunity, make new friends, use the techniques and tools you learned today to be more effective communicators, better advocates for children here in Ireland, but also right throughout the world. Finally, can I say that there are 5 of you here today who have done something really incredible this week, something really inspiring. What they did on your behalf this week. They did something brilliant. They took their courage in their hands. They went into the Minister for Foreign Affairs in Ireland, the colleague of Minister Riley here today. And he will be going this next week, and he will be meeting other world leaders at the United Nations annual meeting of its General Assembly. And he will be meeting Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And on your behalf, these 5 incredible young people spoke passionately about the work that you have done this year. And they spoke to the minister and said, these are the goals, these are the things that we want you to fight for us and also for children right around the world. And as I said, we are hugely, immensely proud of what you've done. And as you will see later on today, I don't want to give it away just now, but you will see that the work that you've done and the work that your 5 representatives have done is going to translate into something incredibly powerful on the world stage in the next couple of weeks. So when you leave here today, when you go back to Donegal, Cork, and Wexford, and Limerick, and Meath, many other places around the country, do so with great pride and do so with great conviction that you have a voice. Make that voice heard in your communities. Be loud, be heard in your schools. Tell people about the work you've done. And we need you to work with UNICEF for those few years. As you grow up, we want you to stay connected with us. And we want you to hold the Irish government, people like Minister Riley, who you'll hear about very shortly, to hold them to account for the goals that you yourselves have developed over the last few months. So let me conclude by saying it's now time to hand this conference over to Caitlin, to you. Enjoy your day, be proud, and thank you very, very much for working with UNICEF. God bless.
Speaking out on issues and how they affect us, can we begin to get involved in designing solutions and declaring our stake in the future of this planet and its people. Children's rights should unite us, not separate because of different opinions. We should have one common goal, to educate the youth, because we're the future and it's the responsibilities of the planet in our hands. A measure of society in Ireland, and society worldwide is how it treats its most vulnerable, youngest citizens. This campaign is not just how we feel on certain issues. This campaign has potential. Potential that can make real lasting change in the lives of children and young people, not just in Ireland, but worldwide. I know you might be thinking, this guy is crazy, what's he talking about? But I'm serious. A campaign like this that started out as something small will light a little fire in the minds of many. And this will progress into a blaze of fires, almost like a forest fire, that will cover the minds of many more, and sooner or later, countries will know of the It's About Us campaign and the genius team that was behind in the UNICEF headquarters in Dublin. As they say, you and I are not what we eat, we are what we think. This post-2015 process has sought to include as many voices as possible in the discussion about what kind of a world we want to live in. And we have gone to every corner of this island, every county, every city, from Malin to Mizenhead, to inform the people of Ireland, especially the youth. There are many values at the core of the campaign, which are like a driving force, always pursuing further. These are participation, empowerment, and solidarity, to name but a few. Without the participation of all the young people, their schools, their youth clubs, It's About Us would never have taken off. The same goes for giving young people a voice so that they can be heard, empowerment. Solidarity is about young people coming together and agreeing on what matters most to them. Throughout the young people have been at the forefront, always progressing things further, encouraging more people to vote, getting the attention of all media types in Ireland. They have endless energy and no limit on the capacity they can take in. Their adaptability to all situations, great and small, definitely benchmarks them as true global citizens. We're also a digital youth, growing up alongside the most advanced technology known to man, just a click away from changing the world. And it is in us, the digital native, that the progression and continuation of this campaign will survive. Thank you.
My name is Caitlin, and I've been involved with the It's About Us campaign from the very start. I feel that it's time that the young people of Ireland have their say on global issues, and today is the day. Sometimes, the opinions and views of young people are underestimated by adults, but not anymore. All of us have worked hard for the past year to come to this stage. We've discussed global issues, we've listened to others, we've brainstormed, and we've decided what our priorities are for a better future. We've had discussions in classrooms and youth clubs, online and even on the streets. As Hugh said, this campaign has gone on road trips all over Ireland, from Dalkey to Tuam and Donegal to Lusaka. We disagreed, we listened, and we learned. Now we want today's leaders to listen to us. Our top priorities are health. Investments in care at birth could save 3 million babies a year. Education. Investment in education, particularly for girls, has benefits for individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Hunger. There is enough food to go around. Children shouldn't be hungry. Safety from harm. Violence is unacceptable. And equality. We're equal. It's that simple. As part of the UNICEF family, we need to get this right. We want to declare our commitment to protect the rights of children, all children, everywhere. We have most of what we need in Ireland, but we need to think of the other young people and how their rights can be defended, protected, and fulfilled. It's our job to stand tall, work together, and speak out about issues. We're the voices of all young people. Today, we're going to make plans of action. We'll discuss how we can use technology and innovation, how we can inspire others, and ultimately how we'll make this happen. But before we do this, we're going to hear from our Minister for Children and Youth Affairs, Dr. James O'Reilly, TD.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. And I want to thank Peter and Hugh and Caitlin particularly for their inspiring words, and they are inspiring words, and the enthusiasm they have for this project and the clear energy and enthusiasm you have too, and that's why you're here today. I'd like to thank UNICEF Ireland for hosting this important event. Its relevance and timing cannot be underestimated. And I want to extend a very warm welcome to the delegation from Zambia who've come so far. I'd also like to thank the representatives of the private sector and civil society for their presence and ongoing engagement in this area. The Youth Summit is an excellent opportunity to consider how global challenges can be addressed and how current and future generations will be affected by decisions taken today. The work undertaken by Irish Aid to deliver It's About Us campaign and survey reflects the commitment to increasing understanding among our school population of these global issues and development challenges. These remain ongoing challenges, and the world's nations are currently discussing a new global framework for international development to succeed the Millennium Development Goals, which expire next year in 2015. The Sustainable Development Goals, which will be agreed by the international community next autumn, will set the agenda for action to be undertaken by all countries in order to build on the achievements of the Millennium Development Goals and move the world forward on the path to a better future. When looking at today's world, opinion is often starkly divided as to whether humanity is moving in the right direction or whether things are getting worse. And when we read and see so many stories about so many problems and issues still to be tackled, it's easy to lean towards the negative. But there's also much to celebrate in the way of progress. In fact, measured against the targets of the Millennium Development Goals, remarkable progress has been made in certain areas. A recent report from the United Nations found that since the year 2000, global poverty has been halved. The likelihood of a child dying before the age of 5 has been reduced to almost half the 1990 levels. 90% of children in developing regions now enjoy access to a primary education, an improvement of 10% since 1990. And crucially, the last point that Caitlin raised around equality, the disparities between the number of boys and girls in school has narrowed from 86 to 97 girls for every 100 boys. We're not there yet, but we've come a long way. So there is much to celebrate, but there's also an enormous job still to be done. Humanity is facing immense and growing challenges. For example, the number of refugees and internally displaced people are currently at their highest level since the Second World War. That startling figure shows that we cannot be complacent and that we need to take note that gains made in poverty reduction can also be so easily reversed. Similarly, today, 850 million people are estimated to be hungry, with children under the age of 5 still most likely to suffer undernutrition. Also, hunger continues to contribute up to 8,000 child deaths every single day. And there's nobody in this room or elsewhere that I know find that figure acceptable. The Irish government's aid programme is focused on addressing those problems, and our partnership with UNICEF plays a key role in that effort. And I've never seen anybody with such enthusiasm for that role as its CEO, Peter Power. We support long-term development programs in low-income regions with the objective of building sustainable solutions to the specific issues faced by each area. We also provide humanitarian aid when emergencies arise. For example, in August, the government contributed €500,000 to address the unfolding humanitarian catastrophe in Iraq, thus helping meet immediate life-saving needs, especially of children and women at risk of violence, displacement and starvation. Half of that funding went to our partner UNICEF. In addition to the work governments and multilateral agencies like UNICEF do, civil society is a key player in increasing accountability and directing action towards those ends. And it was mentioned earlier that you have a role too in holding governments and ministers like me to account so that we act in accordance with your wishes, with your priorities, what you feel is important and what you know to be right. The private sector also plays a vital role through its funding for and contribution of expertise in key areas such as philanthropy, research, technology and communications. It's partly thanks to the private sector that rural farmers in Kenya today can use their mobile phones to plan their planting to best advantage and develop strategies and sales plans. Google has just announced that it will develop a drone service which could be used for delivering aid in disaster areas. And many more companies are leading the way toward cleaner production and reduced waste, lessons which can be applied in countries beginning to grow their production bases so they can grow green from the very outset. Modern technology, which I know Hugh alluded to, is a key part of your discussion today, and it has also helped improve transparency and accountability in the international development sector. Social oversight of actions to achieve sustainable development and equality is growing. Information and communication technology has truly revolutionized how we can all participate and have a voice in global issues. Ever-growing numbers of people are now actively and regularly engaged on local and global issues through a multitude of online platforms. And I was talking to Peter earlier on today about the initiative that will arise out of here, which he's already indicated he doesn't want me to blow the cover on, so I won't say any more, but I just think it will really impress you as to how much influence you can have when you speak together, and as Stephen Byrne said at the beginning, with one voice. The old Irish saying of Ní Náirtla Curla Céile, we're always stronger together. Last year at the launch of the It's About Us campaign, students from New Park Comprehensive School Skyped with peers from a refugee camp in Syria. And most of you today have completed the online survey to inform our government and the United Nations of your priorities. This technology was not available in 2000 when the Millennium Development Goals were drafted, but it is here now to play a potentially transformational role in the development of the next set of development goals. These will be different to the Millennium Development Goals in that they will be applicable to all countries, including Ireland, and not just target the Global South. They will also address issues in a more interconnected way that reflects the complex challenges we face today. As you can imagine, it takes time and effort for 193 countries to agree on a new set of global development goals. In spite of being a small country, however, Ireland has and continues to play key roles in the post-2015 process, both at European Union and United Nations level. We're using our voice to address the issues I have mentioned, and we consistently advocate the active participation of civil society and of youth to ensure that their voices are heard in the policy formulation process. I assure you, myself and my colleagues in government will study your survey's results with great interest, as they no doubt add weight to critical priorities. And specifically as Minister for Children and Youth Affairs, I'm proud to be here today, speaking to such committed and engaged young people representing Irish and Zambian youth. You are our future, as other speakers have said, and it's only right and proper to see you help shape it. I want to thank Peter and UNICEF Ireland team, the Zambian delegates from Unite for Climate, the Irish delegates and the organisers of this summit, and I want to wish you every success in the transmission of your survey's findings and declaration to the United Nations Secretary General. I was surprised to find representatives from my old alma mater in Gormanston here today, so I want to welcome them particularly. And equally, I would like to say that what you're discussing today are very serious global issues. But it is possible, as you all know too well, and I've already seen here today, to be committed, to be serious, to have a serious discussion, but to have great fun as well. So I wish you both for today. Thank you very much.
Go on, give them another round of applause. Now, as far as I know, we're going to do the panel discussion in just a few, but first we have an energizer. So I would like to welcome to the stage the UNICEF Zambia delegation. And let you guys go. Thank you so much. Give them another round of applause. This is going to be fun. Yeah. Before they start, everybody give them a massive cheer. Come on. Now wake everybody up. I'm going to bring it down now. No, we're going to kick off the panel talk, so I would like to welcome Bill Liao, Rosie O'Reilly, Niamh, Heery, and Solomon Nkonde to the stage, please. Now, the panel discussion is all about how we can change with global issues. Four individuals in front of me who have inspired before in different types of issues like ethical consumerism, sustainability, climate change, activism, not Activision, that's a game company, activism for social change, and they're here to tell you how they created that change. But first, I would like everybody to introduce themselves, starting, I guess, with Bill, who I know very well myself, so go on.
How long an introduction do you want?
Quick enough. Let's
Okay,
start age one.
So I'm Bill Liao. I'm known for two things, I hope. One is being the co-founder of Coder Dojo, which is a great place where anyone can come and learn to program computers for free. And the other thing that I'm quite proud of being co-founder of is an initiative called We Forest, whose tagline is literally making Earth cooler.
That is awesome. And Solomon, what about you?
My name is Solomon, and I'm from Zambia. I'm aged 18. What I can say is when I was growing up in my community, I was saddened to note that there's a lot of waste that is being disposed of, and this causes diseases like cholera and other diseases related to that. So I was more saddened to learn that Zambia is one of the seventh most deforested countries in the whole world. People are cutting down trees for timber. People are cutting down trees for charcoal and other uses, which is not really beneficial to our country. In 2010, I read about UNICEF Zambia's child-led signature program, which is called the Unite for Climate Zambia. And this really appealed to me because the young people talked about solutions and not the problems, because the problems were already in the communities they were coming from. And after that, I later applied as a delegate of the Zambian Children's Climate Conference. And after a week, I was designated as a climate ambassador. Sorry. Then I wanted to take the ideas and everything that I was trained at the conference into action. I later on started doing some voluntary work with the Wildlife Environmental Conservation Society of Zambia, and this really worked because I was monitoring and strengthening the environmental clubs in over 40 schools in my community where I come from. And the Wildlife Environmental Conservation Society of Zambia donated a bicycle to me so that it can help me to facilitate my movement. Later on, during the first 2 weeks of the working, we managed to plant over 160 trees in the various schools in the communities. So this was really a big thing. And also, I am a passionate advocate, and I advocate for everything for the youth, so should I say. And as a facilitator under the Unite for Climate Zambia program, I use radio as a tool to reach out to my fellow peers. I use radio as a tool to communicate my message, as a tool to protect my environment, and as a tool to make sure that young people turn their ideas into actions. And for that, I created a radio show, which is called the Fan Club. Well, basically, in the Fan Club, we discuss issues of education, climate, environment, as well as health. So this is like a 1-hour show where even the listeners are able to call in and give contributions. So it comes every Saturday between 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And every Saturday we have about 800 young people calling, listening to the show, according to the survey that we did. And also, young people really get to value my presentations because they are empowered, and they are empowered to make the right decision.
And in fact, it's the future that you are living into that gives you who you are really in the present. Because, you know, you've all heard actions speak louder than words. Well, what you're taking action on towards whatever future you want, that's who you really are. So I'm committed to a world that works for all living things. And that motivation gives me who I am. And that's expressed in a few ways. I'm very interested in education, but not as education. I'm interested in people learning, which is a different thing. That's why we do Coder Dojo, because I see there's this huge gap in the world where kids don't know how to code, don't know how to write the software that makes all the tech and all the gadgets work. I mean, how many of you can actually write a program on a computer? Any hands? Here's one guy. Fantastic. You're a superstar. Anyone else want to be a superstar? Right? Think about that. Think about all the apps you use, all the programs you use, all the software that drives your cars, your games. And in this whole room, one of you is going to get to say how that stuff works. Now, you're all young enough where all of you could say, and all you have to do is go to a Coder Dojo and you will learn it. And that's the area of education, but I'm also passionately involved in the environment. Right? So WeForest has planted 7 million trees around the world, and we're continuing to double our planting every year. In fact, we plant trees in Zambia. But we don't actually do the planting. What we do is we empower village women around the world to create their own business out of planting trees. Right? Because trees aren't very valuable as charcoal. It's easy to cut them, turn them into charcoal, because you can move charcoal to a city and sell it. That's an easy use for a tree. But if you plant the right trees, they can create crops and food and fruit and coffee and chocolate and many other things, medicines, that are actually much bigger cash crops. But the village women don't know this until we go there and say, hey, look, we'll pay you to plant the trees, but if you plant the right trees, you'll get a bonus. Not only will you get our money to make sure they live, but you'll also get crops that you can then feed your animals and feed yourselves. And it changes the state of the village women. What actually happens is they change who they are, because they go from a future of poverty to a future of abundance. And that new future changes their whole attitude. You know, if you can just glimpse for a second a new future and commit yourself to it, that's all the motivation you ever will need, because it changes who you are. Art is a fantastic access to those glimpses of a new future. Art is an amazing thing to be present. Computer software is a way of creating stuff for a new future. The maker movement, all creating stuff for a new future. That gives you who you really are. And the most powerful thing is if you do it with your friends. Because no matter how many times you think that lone heroes win, they only win in the movies. You do it together, and that's where the real power lies. So, long answer to a short question.
But a good one at that. What about you, Niamh?
I suppose for me, I think it was, you know, growing up when I was in school, like you guys, I always wanted to make films or make art. And I did. I went to college and I studied that, and then I got a job in a very dark editing room in Satanta Sports, watching Formula 1 cars going around in a circle, pressing loads of buttons. And then I was working in some other things like that as well. And I thought to myself, you know, I have a tool in my hands. I'm lucky enough to get an education. I have, you know, I can give show experience to the world, you know, online or even in a kind of a small screening in a local back room of somewhere. What I have is something that millions of people around the world don't have. I have tools at my disposal, and I have an education that backs it all up. Why haven't I using this to do better? Where I was working at the time, I was working in Temple Bar in a music centre. And I had to walk past the forecourts every day. And what I used to see is groups of people protesting there. the same groups of people with kind of, sad, sorry cardboard signs that they'd gone every day, probably gotten up really early in the morning, travelled into Dublin just to make their voice heard, or so they thought, just to make their stand about a particular issue. At the time, this was the guys in Shannon who went and damaged a US plane that was there at the time. So they were in court for it. I used to see them every day, and they were just sitting there, maybe 10, 20 people. It was in the summer, and it was luckily quite hot that time, but you could see them getting tired. And I stopped one time to talk to them. How many of you have ever stopped to talk to a group of protesters, And I found out their life stories. They'd been doing this their whole lives. They'd been, just trying to just forge ahead with their message. So the very first film that I made that I felt was kind of engaged in that was a documentary about these people, and that went on to be on a short schedule on Channel 4. So I felt by that very small beginning, just giving voice to these protesters in Dublin, I felt an immediate sense of I've actually done something. And from then on, everybody here uses cameras. There's not one person here who hasn't. Everyone here can pick up a paintbrush and paint something, or pick up a piece of chalk and write on the footpath. Everyone has that ability, and that's what I think you need to think about these days. So my inspiration came from that, and I haven't stopped since. That's it.
And I guess talking about motivation, getting the idea in your head first and then carrying through with it. How do you turn that idea into reality, Rosie?
I suppose, again, it comes from a passion. I think setting up Redress was really the realisation that the industry definitely needed to be better. Every time you open the magazines, when you're looking at material products, you see a very glossy, glamorous world. Unfortunately, what lies below that just isn't like that. And I remember hearing the legend of Hephaestus and Pandora, the Greek legend, and that really struck me when I was a kid, because Pandora was the god of material worlds and Hephaestus was the god of work, and he was kind of the outcast, and he was a bit over to the edges, and he wasn't within the kind of the cool group or anything like that, but he worked hard and he did things better, and his main goal was just to do better, and that was really that really struck a chord with me. Pandora, on the other hand, had a box of beautiful things, and we all knew that, and she was the glamorous one, and she was walking around, and the minute she opened that box, what came out of it turned to destruction. And really that's what hit me about the fashion industry, or say the computer industry, or any material world. A lot of what you see in its glossiness isn't really like that. And actually the goal should be just to make things better. So sitting down coding on a computer can really create a better product, create a product yourself, make something at home, and that's a real tool to learning.
Mm-hmm. And I guess so many young people here today, what are the biggest challenges facing this generation, do you think?
Extinction, pretty literally.
Oh God! Please elaborate.
And the good news is we can change that future really quickly.
Yeah.
It would take roughly 400 billion trees planted to end climate change, according to our models. And our little charity has managed to plant 7 million of them over the last few years. We're doubling that every year, pretty much. And that sounds like a lot, but actually we consumed 2 trillion cans of Coke over the last 4 years, and we distributed them to every possible place on Earth. You can get a can of Coke, halfway up the Andes in Peru, and you can get one in Antarctica. I'm sure if there were people, you would get them at the North Pole. So we have the infrastructure and the technology and the ability to make massive change in the world. All we need is the will and the organization. So yeah, the biggest challenge, on one part, it's extinction, but actually the really biggest challenge is to just get off your ass and do something about it. And not only get off your ass, but get everybody else off their asses. Because, it's my generation that has screwed up the planet. I mean, we've done more damage to the environment in the last 40 years than in the last 4,000. So, and I'm 47. So, don't just say it's your fault and you've got to fix it. No, it's not your fault at all. You're inheriting this from me. It's my daughter once said to me, "Daddy, you broke the planet, you better fix it." Right? So you need to get off your asses, but don't think you just have to do it. You need to get off your asses to get us off our asses and actually make the changes. If every kid in the world tomorrow said, you know what, I'm not buying a single Coca-Cola until you plant a tree with every can, we'd have the problem solved in a year and a half. I mean, you know, there are, and you don't have to be hostile about it. You can be inclusive and creative and artistic and wonderful about it. But you've got to wake up that you're inheriting a bad deal, yeah, but it's not too late. Right? And the challenge is get off your backside, get everybody else off your backside. That's the real challenge.
And what would you say, Solomon?
As Billy has said, it's really something that we have to look out for. Talking of issues of climate change, I personally feel climate change has affected everyone all around the globe. So it's very important that we get to take that action because it's really a big challenge. But where I'm coming from as well, in Zambia, we have other challenges apart from climate change. We have challenges of child marriage. Young people are being married off to older men because their parents want to earn something. Maybe in Zambia we have a tradition of paying bride price. It's like bride price is something that the family of the man pays to the family of the female. So for other parents, what they do is they marry off their children so that they can get the bride price, that money. Because for some, in some traditions, they get cows. Yeah, maybe a large sum of cows, a large number of cows, so should I say. And also other challenges that we are facing back home, drug abuse. We find a lot of people drop out of school due to drug abuse. They smoke, they drink, and at a very tender age, which is really a bad thing. And not forgetting teen pregnancy. They are getting pregnant. They are dropping out of school because of pregnancy. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing back home in Zambia. And as Unite for Climate Ambassadors, we have introduced some of, not only talking of climate change, we've also introduced other issues that we've spotted out to be the biggest problems, like child marriages, drug abuse, as well as teen pregnancy. So that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Keep actually tweeting us. It's about #It'sAboutUs if you do want to ask any questions to the guys. I think we're going to bring up a few in a second. I think we might have them up, I think, or I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong.
That's a very important point, by the way. A lot of the issues that are faced are integrated ones. Yeah. So, like in the Zambian village where we work, we're working to get all the women empowered so that they earn more income from the forests they plant. And if their income rises, then they don't sell their children off. Yes. You know. And at the same time, when the forest grows, it creates more cloud cover, which reflects sunlight, which cools the whole planet down. So you can actually solve multiple issues at once. It's a multi-dimensional issue. It does require a little thinking through sometimes and a little experimentation, you know, adding on, you know, additional issues to what you're doing. But most of the solutions that we're looking for are holistic. You actually have to go and fix a few things at once.
And I guess a lot of the ideas that everybody here that will come up with, turning them into action, might require teamwork and community work. Always requires teamwork. You're right. So I guess what advice would you give them in terms of teamwork, working as a team?
Yeah, I think communicate first. Start off by talking to each other and really ask difficult questions. From my end, I suppose it's ask. I think Irish young people, unfortunately, now live in a country where we're not doing much manufacturing. We live at the consuming end of the supply chain, and it's a difficult place to be as a young person because, unfortunately, when you talk about trees and forests, it's not something that's really, you can go and have a look and see the difference it's making. But I suppose, you know, for us and for the work we do, a lot of it's about saying the power's in your pocket, and I'd urge you to have discussions about the brands you support and throw questions on the table and ask the questions of the brands as well. And I think when you have those honest questions, you'll find a common ground and I suppose a common consciousness, and it'll bring you together, and then I suppose you can push it forward from there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say something I find that, you know, sometimes it's hard when you're a campaigner or you're trying to, you know, get involved with something that's trying to maybe get the government to listen to you, and you're with a group and you're slogging away and you're trying to come up with great ideas just to get people to listen to you. I would say try and also just take a break and watch, like, take part in a bit in some culture, some social activity together. Because like Bill said, you know, if you're friends with the people around you, you know, friendship is the strongest safety net you can have. So like being part of a campaign is also being part of a movement, and movements take place in politics, in art, in fashion, in film, in all sorts of ways, in all sorts of sectors. So what I would say is, you know, try and make yourselves a nice little community, and that is not just centered around facts and figures and getting, you know, banging on doors. It's also around sharing something, shared cultural experience.
I'd just like to say, in slight opposition to what you said, I think Ireland is actually a tremendous manufacturer, and can be, you know, a world-class manufacturer. But what we're manufacturing and what can have a real impact is stories. Because, like, you know, if virtual stuff wasn't valuable, then Facebook wouldn't exist, neither would Google. I know you're talking about material stuff, but for me, manufacturing a brilliant story or a fantastic video game or a wonderful film or, you know, a fashion movement, these are manufacturing things. So when you want the team to work, get excited together about a story that you're building. You know, it's the story that is the thing that you go back to in the dark of the night. You wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning and think, gee, what am I doing? And you look at the story of what you're doing and the future that it's leading to. That's what can bring the team together. But too few people turn their great idea into a compelling story. And that's the thing to manufacture, a compelling story about how you're going to get there. That's what I think can always bring a team together, is that compelling story. And I think Ireland has a centuries-long tradition of being the world's best storytellers, like genetically built in.
Oh, it's all heating up. We've got some questions from the crowd, I think. I'm going to throw it out to you guys.
Yeah, I was just asking, we found it difficult sometimes when we were doing the survey on the streets and stuff to get the attention of young people, but not so much get their attention, but get them to participate. So since you're all kind of influential people and you're successful, I suppose, do you have any like suggestions as to how we can get young people to be more...
You were conducting surveys?
Yeah, like we were asking like young people on the streets to vote for the It's About Us campaign, but it was kind of hard to, you know, some people just...
We've always used probably creative means, like art installations or something that doesn't have a very distinct message that draws people over first. So drawing people in visually or creatively then allowed us to kind of ask a few questions, and suddenly you've got them. So it was always building an installation, so taking waste clothes and creating a structure out of it. Suddenly people wanted to find out what that was or engage with it, and then that allowed us to go, okay, do you know how much waste is going into landfill? Will you talk to us a little bit about that? So that's kind of our method from the beginning, was creative methods, as opposed to like finger pointing or kind of, you know, putting your hand up or any of those.
Also, I'd say give them something, something free, you know, that always helps. But I think as well, you know, everyone gets handed leaflets, and what do they do with them? They throw them away. So you need to obviously get past that. In some of the workshops I've run around the country, we've done things like creating a temporary social space. So that's somewhere where if you just drew a chalk line around a square in maybe Temple Bar Square, let's say, and said, okay, in here we are talking about this issue, and everything you can say is fine. Or you could, one time we were doing something about equality in the Dáil, and we stood at the Halfpenny Bridge and we handed out microphones to 1 in every 5 people, little plastic microphones. They were saying, why are you only handing it out to the girls, every 5 girls? Well, only 1 in 5 women in Parliament are in Parliament. Only 1 in 5 women in Ireland get a voice, technically. So little, I suppose, it might sound gimmicky, but it's not. It's a concept.
Yeah, you have to turn fear into desire. So, and you can do that remarkably quickly. It's be interesting, you know. Like if you're walking around asking stuff of something, be interesting enough. Give somebody an excuse, just even the smallest excuse to interact. And again, don't just target youth. You know, target other people as well. You know, you know, target the world. It's like old farts like me that have screwed this place up. So, you know, we're the ones that need to bear the responsibility. Target us.
Okay, and back home in Zambia, what we do to get other young people's attention is that we use a tool that we've been trained in. That's theater for development. We use theater for development, maybe, for instance, if we want to go in communities, maybe if we come up with a song relating to a particular topic that we are discussing, or maybe perhaps, should I say, maybe a dance and a skit for the particular event we are supposed to. So that really draws young people's attention, and we get to give them the information. The moment they realize that they are dancing to that song, then the information has already been given. The moment they realize that they are busy watching that skit, then we have delivered the information correctly. Thank you.
Just the Zambian Energizer in the streets of Dublin would probably attract people.
That's true. You need to get some lessons. Have we got any more questions from you guys?
Hi there. I was very interested about all of your projects and your charities and how large scale they are. But I just wanted to know, how would you get past the first barrier of getting your word out there about your charities or your projects? Like, how would you let people know about what you have going on?
I think I can pick that one. Basically, what we do as when we come up with a project and we want to let the whole world know about it, we use social media to let other people know. We post on Facebook, we tweet and alike, but also we use radio. Radio is one of the most used tools. We have ambassadors, climate ambassadors, who really get to go in various radio stations, lobby for free airtime, and they are given that space for them to air out their views. And when we talk of a radio station, it is something that's really powerful, and it's something that everybody, okay, for instance, if I can give an example of this space, if we were all told to listen to a particular radio station, no matter how boring the topic can be, at least we'll have to get one or two things from that. So that's the reason why we've gotten radio as one of the tools to bring out our views and what we think and our projects. Thank you.
Can I add, just get stuff for free. The chances are you have an amazing idea, and there's people out there who are, say, in a creative agency. One of the first things we did was went to one of the biggest design agencies. We no money, we just knew that we wanted to get a message across, and we gave them the facts and figures, and they went, yeah, we'll take this on. And they put together amazing exhibition pieces for us that we got to exhibit for free, fully paid. So you're going to have an amazing idea, and people are going to want to help you, so don't be afraid to ask.
But again, articulate it well. Like you know, practice telling it to people until you get it down really clear what it is that you're on about. Like, tell the story really crisp. You know, get that really great articulation. Because to convince anyone of anything, if you go, well, I think we want to do this, it's not as powerful as, you know, we're saving child rights, or we're, you know, planting 10 billion trees, or whatever. Get the articulation clear and interesting.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Say it when you go up in an elevator.
Yeah, the 30-second pitch.
If you can get it down to 2 words, you know.
Any more questions from you guys?
Youth Work Ireland Meath. Bill, you made a reference to socialisation, and I was just wondering that, you know, capitalism relies on certain things, and one of those is materialism, and I don't know how you reach out to people and reach out to kids in particular who are under so much pressure to buy into that, and explain to them these things and get them to respond in a positive way, because society in itself and how we operate is a roadblock to making change. And I'm just wondering how you go about getting people involved and interested in what you do when society is directly opposed to that.
Actually, it's remarkably simple. Hack the same system. So with WeForest, you know, we all our trees are paid for by corporates, which means that they're actually ultimately paid for by consumers. So how do we convince the corporates? Well, we do this thing called bundling, where they actually, sell 2 instead of 1, and they make more profit because of that. We call it buy 2, get 1 tree. It works. Hack the system. CoderDojo, there's this wonderful software called Minecraft, right, which is a great game that lots and lots of kids are obsessed with. Well, actually, you can hack Minecraft and create your own mods and your own stuff in it, but that's not a core function. But you're using the consumer desire to actually get people into coding. I think that there are many, many ways that you can hack the system to get people to be creators imbalanced with their consumerism. And eventually the creativity is so much fun that the consumerism starts to dampen down. I think we can wean ourselves off, but we are addicted. So hack the addiction.
We have a question from Twitter, which is on the basis of technology as well. It's from Chris Yeoman. Where is Chris in the audience? Where is he? Oh. He says, is technology speeding up climate change?
Arguably yes, and arguably no. The number 1 cause of deforestation on planet Earth today is turning trees into charcoal for cheap, economics. That's not a technical issue. That's actually a problem that technology should solve. It depends on which study you read as to say whether actually our technology is better or worse for us. I think the thing that you have to realize, though, is that with the number of people there are on planet Earth, technology and systems are our only chance to really figure it, unless we want, 8 billion people to die. And I don't want that. I think we really have to figure this out. So yes, technology is a benefit and a hazard, and it's up to us to actually make it more of a benefit and less of a hazard.
Okay, and also I would say yes, I think technology is contributing to climate change because we have areas in this world where they do not use cars. When I say they do not use cars, they only use maybe bicycles and all, but they try by all means to refrain from using cars because of the emissions that the car releases. So it's very important that we get to realize that quite alright, technology is beneficial, it's helping us and everything, but then again, it is contributing to climate change, and I would agree with that.
I'd like to ask, how do you stay committed to your ideas as well? I mean, when you're working so hard on something, there's going to be points where you feel like it's not going to come off, or it's not going to happen, or it's not going to get through. So in those moments, how do you stay committed and not just give up, Solomon?
You can come again?
In the moments where, I guess, let's say you have an idea and you want to get it across and you want to make something of it, but nothing's clean sailing, nothing's going to just happen. So when you feel like it's not going to happen and those hard points, how do you keep going and how do you keep committed?
All right, thank you. Well, what I basically do is if I try out something and it fails to work out, I try out something different but more related to the particular thing I wanted to do, and that has really helped me, because I would say maybe for instance I firstly wanted to use TV as a tool to reach out to other young people, but I personally felt I couldn't go on with TV, and that's the reason why I decided to do something more related to TV, which was radio, and radio has really helped me.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've just been reminded that there is pages in your book that you can write down notes and stuff if you want to keep track of everything that's going on. Keep the minutes. We've got more questions from the crowd. Yeah.
For Bill. In Zambia, we have like a lot of foreign trees, and they're like becoming so invasive. So I wanted to find out. You mentioned you plant trees, and I wanted to know the kinds of trees you plant.
Okay, so WeForest plants trees that are actually going to be, well, we get women to plant trees that are actually going to deliver value to them. So sometimes it's native species, sometimes it's species that are already there that produce crops. We never introduce a species that's not already in the region, but we don't just say, oh, it can only be native, because You need people to care about the trees that they plant and to depend on them for food. Otherwise, they cut them down and turn them into charcoal. And it's just a reality. Now, we tend to work on degraded land. So that's land where it's been farmed, it's been fertilized, it's maybe desertified, and we tend to work with really very poor people who are trying to scratch a living out of degraded land, and we actually show them how to use permaculture, how to use, you know, even human waste and composting and other things to restore the health to the soil. Because degraded land, you know, it can be turned back into healthy soil, and that's a really important thing for us. There's a follow-up question. Can we get the mic back? Because there's no way I'm going to hear that.
You mentioned that you pay them to plant trees.
Yep.
Don't you think it's better if you allow them to plant their own trees, like without paying them, just encouraging them?
Okay. So no, it's not, because what we're doing is buying the virtual spirit of the tree to sell in the West. We're buying that virtual goods. Because the tree has two parts. It has the real tree that we want to stay there and create a food forest for them, and it has a virtual soul. And we're buying the soul of the tree and we're selling it as a powerful way of raising the awareness of the world that trees are a good thing. And that doesn't take anything away, and it's what I would call a handshake. It's a deal that we make with them because they're saving the world for us rather than we're giving them money. Because if you just give money, you destroy. Right? So there's this handout model, doesn't work. The hand up model doesn't work either, because it assumes that you're arrogant, you're on top, and they're somehow below. All the women that we work with are equal partners to us. You know, it's a deal. It's an actual transaction. It's a handshake, and that's it. That's a very different spirit. But I agree with you. If you just give money, that's a disaster.
Sorry, I just wanted to find out which areas you plan it at.
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but if you look on our website, it's got the exact areas and the people partnered there, and they love lots of attention. So please let them know. And we are all around the equator because that's where trees make the biggest difference.
Sorry, just one more question.
This girl here has been desperate.
Do you want us all to leave?
Do you buy the trees from around Zambia? Where do you buy the trees from?
So there are nurseries that we support in Zambia, and also in many other African nations and also around the world.
Okay, I was asking
we
you
don't
because,
import trees.
As ambassadors, we also plant trees, and we have our own nurseries. Maybe we can work with you and supply the trees to you.
Yeah, it would be fantastic, and we're always looking for tree growers and other planting partners. Because, you know, we physically can't go to Zambia and plant trees. That would be inappropriate.
Thank you.
The deal is done. We have time for one more question from the floor.
Sorry, I was just wondering, what is the most effective method you guys have found for getting your message out? Because there was talk of kind of radio and surveys, and technology is a big one. So which one was the most effective?
You, Rosie?
The story. To be honest, creating a narrative that people want to believe in, and a narrative that will last forever, a story that will never die and that you could tell over and over again until you fell asleep at the table, something that interests you and never stops interesting you. And it has to have longevity, it has to have a value system, a system that really is ingrained in you as a person and the people who are around you.
Solomon, you say media, would you? Radio and television? And
television was a bit of a challenge to me, so I decided to switch to radio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that's it.
I like radio better too.
It depends very much on the audience that you're targeting, the media that you choose. I mean, we've had with WeForest, we actually had a lot of success online. With Coda Dojo, ironically, it's mainly been the mainstream media. So, like, our first big break was we got on Nationwide in Ireland, and people were saying, "Oh, why are you going on Nationwide?" It increased our number of dojos by a factor of 10 to get one 15-minute piece on Nationwide. So, you know, it really is just pick, you know, the media that's going to hit your audience. But again, massively interesting story, passionately believed, very authentic, very interesting. That's the sort of thing that journalists wake up in the morning hunting for.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well. You know, when I'm making my films, I don't want to make them just to appear once in a screening in a festival somewhere, and then that's the end of it. You have to kind of have a multi-pronged approach, and as well, when you're making your artwork, your pieces, whatever it might be, it could be photography, you have to be able to sum it up in a number of words as well. Unfortunately, you know, I mean, we all wish everybody wants to read 10 pages about our issues, but they don't. So you have to have that hook. And I always look at, there's the subjective, which is facts and figures, and then there's the universal, the thing that you feel inside your gut when you're actually affected by something. And if you can just cross that boundary, just get into somebody's gut, get them feeling something through a story, a narrative like the others have talked about, you can actually just bring your piece to the world. So my short film about the Syrians, it was screened at an awards festival, and then from there it was, you know, talked about on RTE. It was put across in press releases from UNHCR, which stickers are great too. I'm never washing this cardigan again. So yeah, I think it, like when you might talk, like everyone's talking about, oh, will Twitter work best? Will Facebook work best? Really, it's the first thing you need to kind of sort out is how you're going to make that connection. And it's not really a technology, it's a method that comes from person to person communication.
I think that's a very good note to leave it on. So could everybody please give a round of applause to everybody? Now, I think there is a map that's going to come up basically where we direct you to where you need to go for the breakout sessions, which are going to take place over the next, I think, hour and a half, and then it's lunchtime. So where is the breakout session there? That map looked a little bit confusing to me.
There is a Coda Dojo happening here too.
Bill reminds everybody that there is a Coda Dojo that happens here too. Back for lunch at 3:20, back in this room, but you'll be directed back in. But I think we're gonna get everybody out.
Hi. Yeah, there should be. I have to ask people apparently to sit. Hi, Andrew. So, but my clicker's not working. I need to go back.
Get the technical.
Hello? Hello? Hey, is everybody knackered, are they? Is everybody really tired? You know what would wake us up? I think another energizer. I'd like to welcome the Zambian delegation back up on stage. Come on, I'll join in as well. I just need to pick me up right now. And that's exactly what's going to do it. Can I join in? Yeah.
banana, cat, banana, cat,
Wait! Everybody give them a round of applause. Whoever took those photos of me, they go nowhere. I already have enough scandalous stuff on the internet. Okay, anyway, as you guys were off for your workshops, you set out your actions, and I'm going to go around to all the groups and I'm going to chat to you guys about what actually you did put into action. So, where is the CSI lab? Over here. It's not crime scene investigation. I thought it was too. I got really excited. Not that this isn't exciting at all. Who wants to talk to me about the actions? You're all pointing at each other. Yeah? I volunteer as tribute. Okay. Okay. So what are the three actions that you listed out?
We had to collaborate across boundaries, be tolerant and open towards everyone when conceiving ideas. We had to be innovative, come up with ideas, and keep an open mind towards new solutions. And we had to focus on human values and sustainability.
Amen. And if you guys pledge to any of these as well, do tweet it with the hashtag and put it up on social media, and then everybody can see it, and we'll stick to your guns, and we will actually follow up and be like, you better have done that. We will. Brilliant. Okay, moving on to the next one. We have the social media challenge with Facebook. Over here. Who's talking? Ooh. It's like a maze.
So I'm going to introduce our workshop. We actually don't have 3 pledges, we have 4 pledges because we're a little bit special on our team. But we had a great workshop. Want to thank everybody for participating. So we're going to have 4 of the guys to come up and talk to us a little bit about what they've decided to do and next steps.
Hi. So yeah, we were really inspired by the talk earlier and what they said about if everybody planted a tree for every can they bought of Coke, like how much we could reduce deforestation. So basically, for the actual Facebook post itself, we wanted to keep it really short and sweet. We wanted to start off by saying the basic fact that there was 2 trillion cans of Coke bought around the world in the last 4 years. Then we wanted to make it somewhat relatable, so maybe say how that figure relates to like how many pitches in Crow Park that could be taken up by cans of Coke, and then we wanted to pose a question to make it relatable to people. So maybe ask them how many cans of Coke they've bought over the last 4 years, and then for our image, we were thinking maybe have a tree with cans of Coke growing on it, because we wanted something like for every maybe 5 or maybe 10 cans of Coke bought, that Coca-Cola would donate either a tree or money towards planting a tree to help reduce deforestation.
For our Facebook page, we discuss stuff like HIV and AIDS in third world countries, because we discuss the fact that even though it might not be a huge problem in first world countries at the moment, it's still not completely resolved in third world countries, because sorry, a lot of the people in third world countries can't learn about it because they don't have the resources to educate them, and there could be barriers in their way. So for ours, we picked a main group to go after, which was social and government groups, which we decided to make a Facebook page to make it quite serious. So for this, we decided to make kind of more around data and more like striking images. So we decided to compare two different pages. So we had first world countries and third world countries, and in the first world countries we kind of just had the data that that in the 1970s that the rate of life expectancy for people with HIV was quite high, because it didn't have a lot of kind of healthcare around it, and in the 2010s that it was quite low, because obviously we'd gotten healthcare and you can live with HIV. But then in third world countries, that from the 1970s to the 2010s, that it kind of went kind of the same rather than down, because they still don't have resources to solve stuff like HIV and AIDS. So we decided from that we were going to make a Facebook page and kind of just put stuff up like that to go towards government and social activist groups.
Awesome, well done. Somebody's got to do it.
Our project was about making Facebook posts about stuff we take for granted. So everyone would post a picture of something they take for granted, like in their house, and donate like €2 towards like a concerned charity or Trócaire, which would like benefit the children over there. And then you would nominate other people to do it as well, to get them to donate money as well.
The idea behind the campaign is to help two Syrian refugees named Hanan and Musa, of whom we spoke to over Skype last year. We were very moved by their story. We're going to set up a Facebook page to bring awareness to Hanan and Musa's story and get people behind the cause. In an attempt to make this easy, there will be videos which will show how donations are improving their standard of living. We want these videos to be upbeat and happy, to encourage people to donate their money. This is still the beginning of the campaign. We will update the page regularly with real photos and videos so their story will live on. Well done. It's very, very good.
Moving on to the next group, Changing Climate Together. Where are we? Over here? All over here? They're there. It's them. No, it's them. Who's talking? Who? Awesome.
So basically, Eco-UNESCO's Ireland's environmental youth organisation, the young people, myself, Thomas here taking the photos, Sean, Connor, Shauna and Niamh, we came up with a workshop discussing sustainable development, individuality and identity, and taking action. So basically we discussed sustainable development, what it is. We looked at our personal goals and personal values and us as an individual, and then using that to take action on a larger scale, basically, and expand our horizon. So Eleanor's going to talk here about it.
Oh, but you are. I'll help you. I'll help you.
No, I don't want to.
Okay, transcribe. Okay, you whisper in my ear. Oh, that's really nice. I'm not that pretty. Who wants to talk? Who's going to talk? No? Nobody wants to? Yeah? Amen, man.
Hello, can you hear me? Hiya. Yeah, so the three things we picked to do was, one, to do an individual thing. So we go home and we pledge to do something ourselves, so, you know, it's that we have ourselves, so we can't really be sharing that. Then another thing we picked was to all go back to our individual schools and talk to our principals about having a clean-up day in the school. And then the third pledge was to have something in the community, so we'd use social media sites and go out onto the streets and raise awareness about what we wanted to do.
And then give them a round of applause. The next one is the redress one, buying ethics. Where's buying ethics? You put your hand up so you're talking. Oh, she said, I know, yeah, of course I am. Nobody else had a choice, apparently.
We learned a lot about we learned a lot about what clothes go through before we get them. Like, for example, the amount of tons of water it takes to make a t-shirt and how cotton is made. And then we had to come up with a statement to express our views on what we think about how clothes are being made. And the one we came up with was, what did we come up with?
What you wear might not be fair.
And we cut it out on canvas and pasted it onto a bong back sheet, and it's going to be presented here. Yeah, it's going to be presented at Culture Night.
Amen.
Yeah.
I saw it outside when I was coming back in. I was like, that's very cool. That's very cool. And it caught my attention as well, just like everybody was saying. Something unusual that actually did completely catch my attention. The next one is Hang Out with Uganda. Where's the Hang Out with Uganda? Over here. Who's volunteering as a tribute? Yeah? Brilliant.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine is to simply say what UReport is. Then friends will also chip in and contribute towards what we discussed. So UReport is a free SMS program for young people that has been designed to specifically address issues related to HIV prevention and other key important issues that affect young people. So UReport in Zambia started 2 years ago, and from inception, UNICEF Zambia and its partners have managed to see over 56,000 young Zambians sign up for this platform. So for us, we'll be so excited to see this platform extended to our friends here in Ireland. So my friends will also come in.
So the 3 actions that we are going to do are, we're going to do a Google Hangout with all the involved. Okay, we're going to do a Google Hangout with all the involved in the group because we all gave in our emails. We're going to find statistics on the most prominent issues in Ireland, and then we're going to set up the UReport system in partnership between young people and UNICEF in Ireland to give young people a voice.
Now, I think the next one is an unusual one. It's communicating for change. Am I right in thinking that this is the one that is the radio one, or am I wrong? Communicating for change? Over here. Who's talking?
Yeah, so we did a radio show, and we decided to base it around the wishes from earlier, and the wishes we'd all decided on was happiness for everyone, and so we based a radio station based around that.
We said reasons why we love radio and why we think it's important. We said that it expresses your own opinion, music, it's relaxed, like anything could happen or anybody can make mistakes. It's interactive, it can affect, connect, and intrigue people. We can be who we are, everybody has an opinion, it's really accessible and informative. You can remain anonymous and it's just different. You can challenge opinions as well.
Our radio station is called Happiness FM, and we decided that the main point is radio is a two-way system, so it's not like the 80s where you sat back and just listened to the radio and you couldn't have a say. Like radio nowadays, you can text in and offer your opinion and get opinions back off other people. So our Happiness FM was all about making people happy. So we have our catchphrase is smile a while with Happiness FM. You text in your opinion and other people's opinions, and you get to decide what's going to be on the show. There would be 30-second, like a talk show where people would ring in and they'd have to make someone else happy for 30 seconds and make them laugh, because happiness is smiling and laughing. And we bring in comedians like Russell Howard and Lee Evans, and we'd have people that had to text in the funniest joke, and then we'd read some out to make other people happy. It would always be lively music, and any text or anything that's sent in, a number of percentage of the money would go to charity to make other people happy. So to bring our radio station to life, we have Solomon, and he's going to introduce Happiness FM.
Because I'm happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to Happiness FM 99.7, which comes every Saturday from 3 to 7 p.m. You can always be part of the show by hitting me up on plus 870-997-997, or better still, get to our Facebook page. All you have to do is just go to www.facebook.com/happinessfm997, or get in touch, drop your tweets. Our Twitter handle is at happinessfm997. All right now we have a lot of interesting stuff coming up in a bit as we unfold the show. All you have to do is just be here and keep it locked to your number one radio station. Smile a while at Happiness FM. It is Pharrell Williams' sounds called Happy. Good afternoon.
We need to get we need to get him onto FM. ASAP, get him onto FM. Actually, we'll say that. Next up, we have mobile journalism and storytelling. It was with Philip Bromwell over here.
Oh yeah, I'd just like to say before I begin, anyone from Kerry, give out a big cheer.
Either there is only one person here from Kerry, or there's a load that are ashamed to be from Kerry.
Okay. Anyway, basically for our RTE project, what we did was we learned how to make films generally through our iPhone rather than through the big cameras that you get. And what was the number one rule you learned was you have to turn your iPhone horizontal. And sorry, I'm really distracted looking myself. So anyway, what we learned, we're able to make better videos now, and so we learned, to make videos, they have to have a meaning and they have to be effective, so they have to be short and concise. Cheers. And so basically, we saw a few 1-minute videos, and they really gave a message to us on what life is like, in the developing world and stuff like that. So yeah, it was great. Yeah.
How do you get by in life with all the mirrors? Okay, moving on. Artivism, and this is with Niamh Heery. Where's Artivism? Over here? Who's talking?
Hi, we were part of the Artivism group, and we are called Facing the Opposites because we were talking about gender equality mainly was our main goal. So we first and foremost discussed what other people were doing around the world and how they were sort of putting their impact through Artivism. We looked at different projects and videos people had already done and sort of got inspiration for that when we started. We brainstormed as a group and kind of came up with some really good ideas, and we were shown where we could sort of be creative and show our projects. There's an amazing show, if you follow the trail outside, there's art that you can go and look at for just whenever you have some time, and it's sort of just to show how much we were sort of learning about the project and gender equality. And so we were grouped together and we had to plan and organise and create something that would sort of throw the message about how gender equality is sort of important to us and how we think it should be spread. And then we got to action and we made some incredible pieces of artwork which is shown everywhere around Dublin Castle, so go and have a look at that. And we try to use the sort of metaphorical aspect of it by using the chains and the bricks and the steps and the sort of spaces that we were using. And yeah, we made some really amazing projects, so go and check them out whenever you have an opportunity.
Make sure you do go check them out, guys. Yeah. What are your actions? I mean, it's the reason why.
Sorry, the actions that we have is that eventually in a year's time, 3 times throughout the year, we'll all get together in our towns and local villages and cities, and we'll come together and we'll make graffiti art just to show people the message, thank you, the message of gender equality, and sort of spread that awareness around everywhere and anywhere we can through Facebook and
images on Instagram probably because people will take pictures. So yeah.
Well done, well done. And last but by no means least, Coding for Change, Coder Dojo, right over here. Who's going to talk? Anybody. So just shove the mic and... Perfect.
During our Coder Dojo workshop, we learned all about coding, and from that we created a website which showed all the main aims of UNICEF. And so from this, our 3 actions were that we promised to explore coding and how it can be used for social change. We promised to promote our website across multiple forums. And lastly, we pledged to reflect on the topics covered in the website session.
Well done, everybody. Make sure that you do, I think it's page 72 in your books? 79, to put the actions that you are pledging in page 79 in your book. And you can even do other people's pledges as well. Make sure you do tweet it as well with the hashtag It's About Us, all the pledges that you are going to take, so that we can all see them and hold you to it. Let's keep going anyway. We're going to move on by inviting the Zambian delegation up on stage to tell us all about their activities in Zambia. So I welcome them all to the stage. Boom.
I've been here barely a week, but I already feel I'm home. Nonetheless, I almost said good morning because back in Zambia, it's very hot, so I'm trying to really adapt to this weather. So good afternoon, folks. Thank you. So UNICEF Ireland, the youth, our Irish friends, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to be here with you. I must mention that this opportunity to speak, to share, and to build friendship is something for me that's life-changing. Well, this is because we as young people often think whatever we become, our successes, our achievements, are tagged to where we're coming from. And I was so impressed and amazed when we had the panel discussion. One of our friends did mention that at the end of the day, it's really about who you are. It's you as the person that determines where you want to be. And this is why I'm always proud to be this African child. I'm always proud to make friends, and I'm always proud when we're given these opportunities to speak, because then I'm brought to think that where you come from does not really matter. That at the end of the day, we youth can create change. That's something that's very, very important. That said, my name's Josephine Amakao Pumulo, but some of the friends that I've already interacted with call me JJ, so you can call me JJ. I'm Josephine. Thank you. Well, before I go any further, I'll allow my friends to quickly introduce themselves and we can go straight into sharing the presentation we have for you guys. Thoughts?
My name is Frisco Henry Shimba Jr., UNICEF Climate Zambia Child Ambassador. I'm 18.
My name's Gideon Mushota, age 16, a climate ambassador as well.
Once more, my name is Solomon, and I'm from Zambia, a youth facilitator under UNICEF for Climate.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irene. I'm from Livingston, Zambia, and I'm also 18 years old.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Kapwani. I'm 17 from Zambia, Kobbel province.
Well, awesome. So thanks once again for giving us this opportunity, to the super UNICEF team, for ailing us, for giving us this great, great opportunity to come here and be part of what you folks are going to turn talk into serious action that will bring about change. Well, we are going to share with you on a project that we're doing back home in Zambia. So this is what we call Unite for Climate program, or Unite for Climate Zambia. Now, you folks would ask, what is Unite for Climate? So really, Unite for Climate Zambia is a child-led UNICEF signature program that's in part being sponsored by UNICEF Ireland, which is why we're so excited. So Unite for Climate Zambia saw its birth after, in 2009, UNICEF sponsored 4 Zambian children to attend a climate change conference in Denmark. When these 4 young Zambians came back home, they had amassed so much knowledge, a whole lot of knowledge, that they thought that it was right to turn an idea into action. So after these guys came back home, they decided to form what we are now calling Unite for Climate Zambia. So Unite for Climate Zambia started in April of 2010. Its aims and objectives include helping children advocate for climate change reduction and HIV/AIDS prevention, raising awareness on climate change through young climate ambassadors, young people like ourselves, training children and teachers in climate advocacy issues, giving skills and knowledge on HIV/AIDS and prevention, and also to increase awareness on youth-friendly information on climate change and enhanced advocacy. Well, Unite for Climate Zambia basically focuses on the themes that we are seeing up there. So we focus on climate change adaptation and mitigation. We focus on tree planting. We focus on waste management. We also focus on recycling and water and sanitation. Well, how many people have been trained from 2010 to date? From 2010 to date, UNICEF Zambia and its partner, the Wildlife and Environmental Conservation Society of Zambia, have managed to train over 950 climate ambassadors, and these young people are turning ideas into action in the various provinces. Okay, so we're now going to talk about some of the key achievements that have been achieved under this program, and some of my friends are going to chip in.
Okay, so yes, one of the success stories and achievements that Unite for Climate Zambia has is we've managed to help students establish environmental clubs in their schools. So we've established over 400 environmental clubs in schools, and in these clubs we've got various activities that we do: drama, theater, music, and art. All that, we use it to sensitize the people out there on issues affecting our climate. That's climate change.
Yeah, so in that image, you're obviously able to see Solomon with young people. That's actually the central part of the country. And the bicycle that you see right in front of you was donated to him to help contribute in opening or establishing environmental clubs in his province.
Thank you. As ambassadors, we've embarked on tree planting projects. We've planted about 7,000 trees countrywide. As we heard earlier on, that Zambia is one of the 7 most deforested countries in the world. So other than tree planting, we also embark on projects like For Every Child a Tree, where we encourage each family to plant trees. For instance, if you have 2 kids, you have to plant 4 trees. That is you, your wife or husband, and the 2 kids.
Thank you.
Well, another thing that we cannot forget to talk about is the garbage, or should I say the waste. As ambassadors, we've embarked in a campaign which we call the Anti-Litter campaign, where ambassadors from different communities come together and pick up the litter to clean up their communities and to promote cleanliness, as well as to reduce on diseases like cholera. So ambassadors get to pick up the litter around town and from various communities where they come from.
Besides that, every hour, 3 young people are infected with HIV and AIDS in Zambia, and 2 of these are girls and 1 is male. And because of this, as ambassadors, we had to turn our ideas into action to reduce on these matters. In our country, it's very difficult for us as youths and children to talk about issues concerning AIDS and sex. It's a taboo. Hence, it's very difficult for us youths to talk with our friends or our parents. So using this key program, it has been helpful as youths. We just have to text a message anywhere where you can access it, because this service is free. And from the time that this program has been running, we have had about over 56,000 youths countrywide who have signed up for this program.
Thank you, Frisco. Speaking passionately there about your report. Gideon, do you want to chip in?
Another paramount achievement in the Unite for Climate Zambia program is that we have been able to utilize the radio platform to enrich the masses with the information on climate change, HIV and AIDS, and so many other issues that border the welfare of a child. We have managed to lobby airtime in various radio stations across the country, which has seen us presenting more than 10 radio shows in a week.
Thank you, Gideon. Another key achievement that's worth noting is the fact that we as ambassadors asked UNICEF back home to build a floating school in a flood-prone area. And this is a province where I come from, the western part of the country. In this particular area, children are forced to keep away from school for 6 months because, as you see, that's the structure they're laying in. So when it rains, children are forced to keep away from school for 6 months because their class is flooded. And the other photo on the side is showing the means through which children are ferried from their homes to the school. So initially, children were forced to miss school. But with this floating school, which will be ready in November this year, these young people have an opportunity to stay in school even when their classes are flooded. The other key achievement scored here is that UNICEF Zambia, under this program, has given young people an opportunity to not only explore and get information on HIV prevention, on basic media skills or climate change, but has really positioned them to be role models and leaders in the communities that they come in. And as such, governments and international communities have identified us as young people on this platform to really give and share knowledge, build friendships and trust, and to help inspire other young people bring about change. This is evident in some of the international and local forums that we've been accorded to be speakers. And one of the greatest and notable things that happened to us last year was when the government of the Republic of Zambia asked us as climate ambassadors to feed into the technical committee that's drafting the Zambian constitution. And as all of you might agree with me, a constitution is the supreme law of the land. So for us, this was a huge landmark. Well, in the last 4 years, UNICEF Zambia used to hire international youth facilitators to come into the country and train Zambian young people who would later be designated as climate ambassadors. But this is no more. This is because now UNICEF Zambia has deemed it fit to identify us, the youths who've passed through this program, to be training other young people that are joining the platform. So as I speak to you now, 3 years down the line, it is us that have been training other Zambian children to become climate ambassadors under this program. And we've gone further to coordinate the program. So this is an example of 2 of our friends that we've left back home. The guy in blue is actually my best friend. So they were invited to speak at an event in Holland. And that is a photo of our friends. So really, for us, issues of the environment, issues that affect young people are key. These issues are critical because at the end of the day, in as much as we contribute less to the effects of climate change, young people and women suffer the worst effects. We have seen in Zambia how children and women are forced to walk longer distances because they can't find water. They're forced to walk long distances to draw water. And this is in turn affecting the young people, because instead of being in school, they have to help their mothers to draw water. We have seen how kids are prevented from going to school for 6 months. In that 6 months, we have seen how boys become so frustrated. I mean, these boys are not in school, so they become so frustrated that they end up abusing drugs. For the girls, because they are forced to stay away from school for 6 months, most of them are indulging in illicit activities, are ending up getting pregnant. So in my country right now, we have a case where over 15,000 young people become pregnant each day. We have a case where, because of the effects of climate change, the poverty levels are increasing, and some of our parents are forcing us into early and child marriages. So we feel that it is so important for us to use an opportunity and a platform such as Unite for Climate Zambia to make sure that these issues are aired out, to make sure that young people stand up and turn those brilliant ideas that they have into action. And we are in this because we love it. We're in this because we care. We're in this because we're leaders not of tomorrow, but we're leaders today. We're in this because as young people, we are so vibrant. As young people, we're extremely energetic. As young people, we can force the world to do what is right, not only for today, but for tomorrow. And as young people, we're agents of change. So once again, I'd like to give a huge, huge thank you to UNICEF Ireland, to our beautiful friends, the youth of Ireland, and to Aer Lingus for giving us this opportunity to come and speak with you guys and to share ideas. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. I'll give him another round of applause. I think you can tell that everybody loves you. Okay, unfortunately, I have to run now and present a live show on RT for 2 hours. I guess I wanted to say thank you so much for today, and congratulations to everybody on all the work done, especially with the actions. I was astonished with all the stuff that you guys came up with, and even myself, I have to think of a pledge for myself, and I'm going to put it on Twitter over the next 2 hours and make sure that I do. I think my pledge will be that I'm going to congratulate you all on radio in the morning. So if you're listening at about 8 o'clock in the morning, I can't name check you all. There's a lot of you. But I will do that and just commend you on the work that you've done, because you've been absolutely amazing. So give yourselves a round of applause. There is something very exciting coming up in just a few. But before I go, I'm going to leave you with Owen Gormley and Jenna Binley, who are ambassadors for us. So they're going to do a little bit of a talk. So come on to the stage, guys. Thank you so much. I've got to run. Thank you for making me feel welcome.
Hi guys, my name's Jenna. First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to the Zambian Climate Ambassadors for coming all this way to talk to us about climate change and the amazing work they're doing in Zambia. Thanks guys. The It's About Us project means a lot to me. I began working on it last November with my teacher, Susie French, and my CSP class. We were involved in piloting the project before it was launched. Our class, many of whom are here today. Hey guys. We had a lot of fun participating in the workshops and making sure that the rest of you would get the most out of them. We also learned a lot about issues that are affecting young people today. Our class took part in a Skype call to learn firsthand from Hanan and Musa, 2 Syrian refugees, what their lives were like. They had to flee their home due to war and are living in Zatari refugee camp. Their lives had been ripped apart, and worst of all, there is no end in sight for them. Their strength was amazing. They moved many of us to tears with their heartfelt messages. It made us all fully realize how important it is for young people to be heard, for their experiences to be listened to, and for us all not only to speak up for children everywhere, but to take action on the issues that affect them. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Owen and I'm from Dublin. I go to Gorsa College. This is Gorsa. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. I know Landers is anyway, down there. He's the Mad Kerry guy, by the way. He asked for a shout out, so could I just get all the Donegal people here today to give a huge cheer? Where's Donegal? That's it. There you go, Landers. Right. So anyway, I know there are a lot of young people here. Today who think it's all talk and no action, including Simon down there. But to tell you the truth, I used to be one of those people. And then there's that three-letter word, but. After participating in the It's About Us campaign for the whole year, I've learned that this really is taken seriously. On Wednesday, we met with Minister for Foreign Affairs, Charles Flanagan, to present him with the findings from our year-long campaign. We presented each of our priorities, and he certainly looked like he was listening. It turned out he absolutely was, and he made us 3 solid commitments. Firstly, he promised that our results would be fundamental in the Irish agenda that he brings to the General Assembly next week while representing Ireland. Secondly, he promised to present our views and opinions when he meets privately with Ban Ki-moon. Ban Ki-moon himself has said that young people must be at the forefront of the new global agenda, as we'll all be obliged to uphold the goals that are set. And finally, the Minister has promised to invite us back to meet him again and discuss how our opinions have shaped the world's next agenda. We'll hold him to this promise. Now we'd like to show you a short film of our visit to the Minister. It also features a very special guest who couldn't be here today but has a very special message for us. This message illustrates how our voices have been heard and are sought on a global level, and how global leaders all over the world are taking this seriously. It also emphasises how our views and this project, It's About Us, has turned all talk into action. It's
absolutely essential that young people care about these issues because young people are the future politicians, the future leaders, the future decision makers. And I'm delighted that at such a young age, people are becoming directly involved, not only in the national issues of the day, but in the international issues of the day, all feeding into ensuring that ultimately the world is a better place to live.
Through the course of the year, I did a work experience with UNICEF Ireland, and then I became involved with the project It's About Us. The Youth Summit has given us a great opportunity to hear from so many other young people in Ireland and abroad, such as the Zambian group who are here. Young people in Ireland have such great ideas, and it's just given them the opportunity to have their say.
Well, UNICEF has been delighted to work very closely with the Minister for Foreign Affairs and these very, very talented young people to empower these young people to speak out about global issues, not just here in Ireland with the Minister, but on the international stage with Secretary General Ban Ki-moon of the United Nations.
Your Excellency, Mr. Charlie Flanagan, TD, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ireland, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, greetings to everyone at UNICEF's fantastic Youth Summit in Dublin Castle. I especially welcome the 6 Unite for Climate Ambassadors from UNICEF Zambia. Right now, the United Nations has 3 priorities for the future of our world: to reach the Millennium Development Goals, history's greatest anti-poverty campaign, to shape a bold new agenda for sustainable development, and to reach a meaningful legal climate agreement. UNICEF Ireland's It's About Us campaign proves the transformative power of youth. My mission is to ensure every voice is heard. You have worked hard for over a year and learned a great deal about the Millennium Development Goals. We have also worked closely with UNICEF to come up with some major recommendations. We are also helping to shape the priorities for the post-2015 Sustainable Development Agenda, and I appreciate your strong support. When so many children are being caught up in terrible conflicts, you provide hope that there can be a better, safer, and environmentally sustainable world for all children. The ideas you generate today, along with the results of a poll of nearly 1,000 students across Ireland, will contribute to our success. Thank you for your commitment and for spreading your ideas through the power of social media. You have learned how to use technology to spread your ideas across Ireland and beyond. Foreign Affairs Minister Charlie Flanagan has agreed to bring your recommendations to the United Nations General Assembly later this month so we can share them with other leaders. I'm confident that the Dublin Castle Youth Summit will be a great success, and thank you for your ideas, energy, and enthusiasm.
Okay. Hi guys, how's everyone doing? We have a song that we're going to present to you.
Okay, you guys all seem tired and everything. I'm nervous, so I'm going to need you guys to join in and dance a little and cheer a bit.
Everybody can be upstanding as we do the song. It's titled, It's About Us.
The title is About Us. I wrote the song together with Solomon. Yes, and a friend of mine helped with the beat. Yes, so yeah.
Okay.
I hope you enjoy it.
So you can follow through if you wish to.
Took me time to realize what was at stake. I can't even think of it any other way. Feels like a better way to make it right. I know what I do, how it's right. You looking cool from head to left to right. You know what? Climate change is our fight. You know there's people trying to live their lives, hoping there's a better way to live a life. And I go inside, I see people changing their mind, 'cause they know that we ain't got time. I really need a helping hand. To my own surprise, I see people getting busy, so the sign up there for me. So you better just stand on your feet and let's go. If you wanna ride, let me know. Oh, we can change the world all about us. Oh, stand on your feet and let's go. If you wanna ride, let me know. Oh, we can change the world all about us. Oh, it's about us. It's about us. Never change, listen to me anyway. I can't even think of it any other way. Yours has a better way to make it right. So do it on hands and let it slide. Yes, I know two heads are better than one. I can't do it when I'm just alone. That's why I need you to be with me. Change the world to make it green. Then I go inside, I see people changing their mind, 'cause they know that we ain't got time. I really need a helping hand. To my own surprise, I see people getting busy, to the sound out there on me. So you better just stand on your feet and let's go. Oh, if you wanna ride, let me know. Oh, we can change the world all about us. Oh, stand on your feet and let's go. Oh, if you wanna ride, let me know. Oh, we can change the world all about us. Oh, it's about us. It's about us.
problems of climate start from us. Let's change for the better, let's reverse. Cause the situation is getting worse. Oh, yeah, it's about us. All the problems of climate start from us. And let's change for the better, let's reverse. Cause the situation is getting worse. Can everybody say it's about us, ladies and gentlemen? It's about us. 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 Yeah, it's about us. It's about. Let's get to the stage and say it's about us, ladies and gentlemen. Stand on the field and let's go. We can run you oh, we can change the what's all about us. Stand on your feet and let's go. You can run it right, let me know. You can change the what's all about us. Oh, it's about us. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. And one thing that we have to learn is it doesn't begin with you or me. It begins with us. So let's take the action now. Thank you.